Boom. All right, so we're back. Okay. Okay. So it was more like an hour and a half, or hour and 45. But we're back.
Because even though you...
Oh, I forgot about this piece of B-roll. Right, it's a dumb one. Because I can't fill because the like black bars are integrated into them. Cause that's genius. Ugh. Oh, black bars. Why you be the way you do? So this is DCI. So what's the math? I'm gonna do this in Fusion. Why? Because... What's that? It's not the true resolution. It's a lie. It's a liar. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Okay. So let's see. We do an expression, and then we make up the difference with 4096. Whoops. 4096. What am I pressing? 4096. I can't type. Divided by 3840. And that should give us the precise amount that we need to crop off the black bars. And just to test if we like shrunk this at any. What? How is that not correct? Oh wait. I'm a goof. Because on the... It's showing the full thing here. But on the edit page it should show correctly. Yeah. So instead of doing the transform there, I could put a background just to verify. Let's see. This one, because it's doing this weird resolution, because it hates me, would be, what is it, 2560 by 1440? Is that the correct resolution here? No. That's not how I verify it. I know it's right. Never mind. I'm not going to worry about it. It's correct. It's fine. I know the math is right. I think. How do I verify? Because this is a weird resolution because it's doing the 1440 part correctly, but it's in... Somebody shrunk this. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it.
Turns out the...
Okay, so did that. This needs to be a lower third. Okay, so it's 647. Normally, when you do notes, it's smartest to go from the back. From the front to the back. By the front, I mean like at the end of the thing to the back. But in this case, I'm not cutting anything, so it doesn't change the timing in any of the notes. So. Was this a note that I just ignored? Let me look and see. That's 1422 Yep. I just completely ignored that. Amazing.
Blocking. And to do that, we're going to use a tool called Freedom.
Freedom!
Freedom. Called Freedom.
All right. We go in, we change the text to what? Freedom.to. Is that what it's called? Huh. It is. Freedom. If I can spell, that's you.
Tool called Freedom. From the Freedom homepage, click on enter your email.
It doesn't need to be this long. I could probably make this even 4 seconds. Takes a while for it to cut because, you know, as Wampus has pointed out, I use anim curves on motion blur.
Called Freedom. From the Freedom homepage,
He
enter your
thinks I'm a madman, and he is right.
email, type in your email address, and then
All right, so that one's done. Add a zoom, 748.
the Copilot app. And then we'll click Save to commit that. You can also manage all block desktop apps. Let's tell Freedom to block the Copilot app. And then we'll click Save.
I'm guessing he's just talking about zooming in on this, because that was not a note. I know that one.
Hey! Where?
We're going back in front of... What's up, Meaty? How's it going? How's everything? How is life? Working front to back, it's like that. That's where it's like 30 things listed and the last thing and the only writing your name on the... Yeah. Right? Yeah, I mean, the idea is that if you're making cuts to the footage, so if you're cutting something out, if you start from the beginning and you do that, every single time-coded note after that is in the wrong time code. So that's why you do front to back. But yeah, in this case, it does not apply. Right, you know, all the time codes are useless. Pretty much. All right, does he mention it in this area? Nope, that was never... Wait a minute. 30. Oh, that was just over there. 43, 312. Cut after, yeah. So he never mentioned. Okay, so that was never a note. All right. So it just says add a zoom. Cool.
Desktop apps. Clicking on manage blocked desktop apps. Let's tell.
So I'm going to, let's see, is this my zoom highlight tool? Yeah, I'll use this one. The funny thing is like now Magic Zoom's update theoretically makes this tool obsolete. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm not gonna make this for everybody because Magic Zoom already does it. And does it better. I don't know. I still might make it available just because it's a simple tool.
On manage desktop apps. Let's feel free to block the Copilot app. Then we'll click Save to commit that. You can also name this one.
We'll go 1, 2, right? That's fine. Okay, and then we'll make this box around. That should be good enough. Yeah. I think it probably still makes sense for me to do it because I have very specific tools that are meant for highlighting. It's just easier if you just use a dedicated tool for it. All right, let's go in here. Are the edges correct? No, they're not. Yeah, I have to build this out fully. Because like I know how to find everything because it's my own tool, but if I make this available for people, I need to refine it.
Apps. Let's tell Freedom to file app. Then we'll click Save to commit that. You can also manage.
Cool. All right, what else? Last note. Cut this. Ah, see, this is funny. There is a cut that we have to make, but it's the last note, so it doesn't matter. Okay, so 919 through 931
Works across devices. One thing to note though, if you want to block desktop apps, you have to start the blocked session from the desktop because that's the only place you get to select the blocked desktop apps block list. Enough's enough.
So that's not true.
One thing to and it works across devices. One thing to note.
So just nuke that because it's entirely useless.
So you start a session in one place. Freedom does. So you start a session LinkedIn. Here's what Freedom does. So you start a session and does. So you start a session in one. Here's what Freedom does. So you start a session in one place and it works across devices. So you start a session. Enough's enough.
All right, that should be all the notes. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's right. I forgot I was doing tests. Nah. All right. I think this one's ready for export. Now this one, this early part was funky. Watch OBS crash here. You know, I kind of do want to refine the corners of this though. Okay, so just make this one, make this one. Nope, make that an instance. De-instance, de-instance. We'll just add a white background. Because I am just going to use it as a crop. Wow, I did that wrong. And I will put it over top. But if I just add a little bit of border width here. And corner radius. Yep. So I can anim curves both of these. I should probably do it on the regular rectangle. Oh, wait. Actually, no. I do it on this one. So, shoot, what was it set to? Okay, 005, got it. Okay, and then this one's gonna be mirror. So do this. 1, 2, 3. Actually, this is a full second, so 4, 5, 6. And then for the corner radius, and curves this. This did it again. What was it? 0.1? Okay, yeah, it was 0.1. Cool. 0.1. Custom. Set this to 1. Set a keyframe. Go back here. Set that to 0. Mirror it, and it should be good. And then curve is just easing. I'll make this cubic. I'll do the same thing with this one. And then that way. Yeah. Cool. So that way it does it at the beginning, and then at the end it fades back out. And then when it actually does its thing.
Productivity gurus are...
Well, that's weird. Why is it cut off like that? Oh, it's because it's using border width. That's dumb. Yeah, it's being cut off like that at this spot. That's annoying. It's really annoying. So what if I did negative? Could scale that. Yeah, I could. The problem is that makes it really annoying to pull it back out. So I mean, I could just do it with this, with the width and height. Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna do that. Because if I do this, it removes that little bit right there. So I'll just send an expression on the height so that it stays constrained. And then that way I only have to set an anim curve on the width. 99.99. So that's where it should end up, because that's going to cut it off right there. Yeah, this will work. It's fine. Okay, and then so we anim curves this, because I don't want to animate it. I don't like keyframing. Okay, so this is minus 0.01 from 1. Okay, so then we do custom. Then we do 1. Keyframe that, bring this down to 0. We mirror that, set it to easing, cubic, not quart, cubic, done. Cool. Yeah, there's 100 million ways to do it. But yeah, that fixes that issue. So now if we scale in, yep, it's no longer weird. And then when it animates in, it animates the border over top of it.
Important.
And then it cuts it back out as it moves back up. You know what I don't have on here, it looks like? that I should add. Oh, not that one. Actually, wait a minute. I thought I put it on here. Is it not? No, it's not. Motion blur on. There we go. Oh, he uses that? Oh, that's weird. Huh.
Productivity.
Interesting. I was not expecting that. Huh. No, so what it is actually he used the actual motion blur node. Not a not the motion blur toggle. Huh. Ah. That's weird because there's a lot of ways to use the motion blur node. So here's what he used. He used this sucker. But like, which preset did he use? Interesting. Unless he did it a different way. Unless there's a different one. What's motion trails? It's not this one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he used. Whatever, it works though. Okay, now it's ready for export. Deliver, deliver. Every day we render in. Every day we render in. Ooh, ah, ooh, yeah. Custom preset. All right, but no. Got 2. Goodness gracious. I'm not making a new file path. I just have fat fingers. Boink. All right. We let that render and hope OBS doesn't die. Well, at least on the editing PC. This one will be fine. This opening section is going to take a while to render. Once it gets through that, though, it'll be pretty fast. So anyways, how is everyone doing tonight? What is on your mind? Oh, I have another comment to reply to. All right, what is the issue here in the comment? Yeah, open the script menu and for file, nothing comes up. What does that mean? Make sure I got all the replies I need. Really want to learn DaVinci by work. He's a W, so 8 hours of editing a day means the last thing I want to do is more editing. Yeah, that was. I've worked at multiple places that primarily use Adobe, and man, does it make for problems. If everybody just used Resolve, that would be so much easier. The problem is that Adobe has like a stranglehold over the industry because like corporate businesses kind of like the idea of paying a subscription fee because it feels like they're getting value out of something when you're paying monthly. If you're not paying for something and it's not like being tracked, like you don't realize, you know, whatever. When do we add times to learn? Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if you've watched it yet, but if you need something to follow along with, I mean, there's so many different people that make tutorials. Of course, I'm like one of the very small people. I'm a small people, not when you meet me though. But where is it? Yeah, this guy right here. Yeah, this one right here, I go over every single page in Resolve. Hey, Audio Gary, how's it going? How's everything? How's life? Welcome back. Yeah, if you watch this, it's an hour and 20 minutes, a full crash course on every single page. This was using 18, but every single concept I talk about translates over here. There's just like some 19 features that don't exist in this version, but it's... In terms of like learning how to use Resolve and how to edit and stuff, there's not really going to be anything that would be very different from this to 19. So this still very much applies. The biggest difference would probably be how the color page works, honestly, because there's a significant tool in the color page. There's a couple things in Fairlight as well, actually, that improved in 19. But for the most part, like how to use them all it's the same. But this would be a good place to start if you need something to reference. Because really what I do when I'm talking about Resolve is like talking about the fundamentals and like how things work and why they do what they do. So a lot of people are like, oh, look at this really cool design that I made, follow this tutorial, or like look at this like really cool feature and stuff. But I kind of lean away from like, look at this really cool new feature. Like, I'm not one of those people that looks at an update and is like, okay, now I gotta make this video about like all the update notes and stuff. I don't care about that. I probably will never be one of those people that does that unless it's something very significant that like changes workflow. Then that would make sense. But for me, it's more of just like, I want to show people how to use something and really understand how it works and why it works the way that it does, rather than just showing like, you know, if you move the gain in the color page, it moves primarily your highlights. Well, what exactly does it do? Like, technically, from a technical standpoint, most people don't even know this. Gain is just a multiplier. It's literally just like a mathematical multiplier. That's why it starts at 1. I'll check it out for sure. I appreciate it not being a 5-hour video. Yeah, it's not 5 hours. Yeah, I think I got most of the pages on average down to like 20 minutes. I think they're all like 20 minutes. The deliver page and media page are obviously shorter. But like at least it gives you like a visual of how those work. I think the longest one might be Fusion. Actually, no, the Fusion one was only 15 minutes. I actually did pretty good on that one. The color page was 23 minutes, or 22 minutes. Fairlight was 19. How long is a cut page one? Cut page was about 8 minutes. Edit page was 7 minutes. Oh wow, I went through the edit page really fast.
Where?
That's crazy. Well, who dat? Who's up here? I found you on Mr. Alex Light. Oh, nice. Yes, Out of Order Garage. I think I remember seeing you in the chat. Hello, welcome in. Appreciate the sub. Appreciate you being here. Yeah. I'm currently just rendering and stuff and talking about talking about myself and my crash course. but yeah. Yeah, generally how I do nowadays, now that I actually have the means to do so, I do a lot more live streams. So I'll typically be on probably once a week, roughly. When that is, I can't guarantee ever, but usually how I run these streams is it's always kind of like a ask me anything type stream. So if you have any questions about any part of Resolve at any given point, then feel free to ask. Trying to learn more about DaVinci Resolve, that's great. Well, hopefully I can help. Yep, the whole Resolve community is wonderful. Yep, when it comes to whether it's Alex, Casey, Patrick, Jake Whip, Colin Kelly, Darren Moston, Frenchie Color Grading, and several tons of more people. There's so many of them. Yeah, everybody just wants to be helpful. And it's beautiful. Yeah, I just love how rapidly resources are growing for Resolve for people to learn it. Just waiting for this to finish exporting so we can move on to the next project. But yeah, have you been using Resolve for a bit? Or are you just now kind of starting to get into it? Ooh. Oh, it's getting so close. Make it all the way. Oh my goodness, wouldn't it be great if the render got stuck? It's not stuck, thank goodness. It's on a heavy effect apparently. There we go, now it's moving. It's almost there. It's getting close. Why don't we watch it? It's getting so close. Which song is this? That's actually, I like this beat right now. Oh, Pipe Dream. Okay. I'll remember that. Alright, here we go. 99%. The favorite percentage of loading bars. Where you get stuck. I had it down for almost a year and learned a few things, but we'll need more practice before we make the switch for personal projects. Just want to drop in. I gotta go, but may your renders be swift and exports be few. That was a good send-off. I like it. Yeah, I mean, if your workplace allows you to switch over to Resolve if you get efficient enough at it, I would push for it very hard. I was trying to do that at the place I was at, but unfortunately, the type of stuff they do didn't really warrant it. It was kind of one of those weird things. But, you know, not everybody can. Okay, so let's go on to the next project, which is this one. I did do a weird exposure fix on this one. Apparently they accidentally set it to auto exposure. What happens when you set it to auto exposure? This is the fix. So you can see how it kind of like starts clipping here. Here was the before. So this is the fix I applied with one node. I figured it wasn't significant enough to like do a full fix, but it's fine. But this is also another example of like, here's why I hate autofocus. Focus changes throughout the whole thing too. So when someone like advocates for autofocus, I just show them examples like this.
I'll see you.
I want good autofocus. No, you don't.
Give it here and see your next list. This is David, and I'll see you in the next video.
All right, cool. Yeah, I don't know actually how long is it gonna be, so I'll just space it out. And then, oh, I didn't mark these yet. Shoot. Let's mark them. All right, where's my edit notes? Oh, I should probably send it. Lol. Okay, so I don't need that anymore. Okay. It's so bright. Okay, so in progress. What is this? Oh. This one. Oh boy. There are notes. There are notey notes. Oh boy. All right, so here's the tedious part. Okay, so that's uploaded. We're good there. Okay, so I'm just gonna bring this over here. Switch the screen. Okay. So the first one, B-roll. Oh. These are all the same clip? What are these? Huh. I wonder what that is. So we'll just mark it. Well, does this show up as like an actual regular note? Probably does. Oh boy. Okay, so this is all basically like one note though. That's weird. Okay. So I'll just mark all these the same. And then just make sure this one is, I think I'd use purple for that. Okay. Really now. Purple. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting. This is gonna be an interesting one. So this is like general stuff. Okay, that's fine. Replace all that. This is the most exciting part. When I mark down all the clips that I'm gonna need to keep note of. This is one of those tasks I would love to be automated. This is what a cloud project would be good for. I gotta convince Kevin to get us on board on that. Okay, 30. All these. Okay, so these are just mostly highlights. Those are easy things. This one's got multiple. Oh, I should probably make sure I see the clip colors because they have purple marked. I gotta mark it as something else too. Orange, so this one, yeah, purple because it's got a note on it as well. This whole timeline's gonna be orange. I mean, this I'll probably hear, but, you know, just helps me keep an eye on it. Okay. 1 second. I will be right back.
Hey! Where?
Alright, sorry about that. Hey, man, about that, the Jiu-Jitsu, how's it going on? Everything, how was life? Friendly reminder, never trust anyone named Chris because of crisscross applesauce. Wait, oh. Why did I read that? You will have a little gift. Yeah, I saw the gift. Thank you. Oh, you played some D&D. Very nice. I love the disappointment. Yeah. You're just utter disappointment. What do you guys use Resolve for? Everything. It's hard. It's kind of hard to think about what I don't use Resolve for. Like, I even use Resolve to make my thumbnails. Believe it or not. I use Resolve to remind me I'm not a very smart man. That's what you use Adobe for. To remind yourself you're not smart. I'm only half joking. Automotive and train content? There you go. That's pretty sick. If I want to be robbed. That's awesome. I use Canva for my thumbnails. It's so quick. Yeah, I mean, Canva works for that, for sure. And Canva's great. I'm just like, I'm so inundated with Resolve and how Fusion works. Like, I know how to do everything I want to do inside of Fusion for thumbnails. So I like don't want to use a new software. But Canva is perfectly adequate. Tim is just when it comes to no, I'm not. Putting me on a pedestal right now. I'm a Fusion noob. Yeah, I mean there's rapidly growing resources for it. It's getting bigger. I did just make pretty recently, I just put a tutorial on Kevin's channel actually for Fusion. So if you want to learn like how Fusion functions and how it works, I did post. Oh, I just saw it right here. So no, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Yeah, this one right here. So if you go to Kevin Stratford's channel, you can find this Fusion tutorial. I go over the very basics. You're funny. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, so yeah, if you want to go over the very basics of how Fusion works, just from a fundamental perspective, this video I put together to help you really understand like how nodes. You build the lower third in the process, but it's mostly just there to show you like how it all functions. Minimize this audio carry. Okay. I was writing down. I was grabbing the notes. Okay. All right. Where was I? Okay. All of these I marked. Okay. So just. Oh, is that the end? Oh, that's the end. Okay. So I got them all. Great. How many? Oh my goodness. There's so many. All right, I'll throw this over here for reference later. I really hate that Windows dock. It moves all my windows when I don't want it to. All right, so we grab all these and we just chuck them. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, you guys do not want to see this. I'm gonna have to move this farther. Look how much this covers. Oh no. I mean, to be fair, most of this is getting cut because of the dead space. But goodness, I've... we have... Okay, I don't believe there's any external audio. He's typically pretty... Yeah, okay. Alright, let me just make sure I'm not missing anything here. Yep, we're good. Cool. So, I always split the talking head audio, because the talking head audio and the screen recording audio are two completely different mics. So, in Fairlight, I have... Of course, it's going to show like really small text. So I'll just go over here. I have different presets for like different tracks, so I can just pre-apply the effects I want. So I can just go apply and then apply, and then all my presets are already loaded on there, so I don't have to worry about it. But I'll go ahead and disable these for now, so it doesn't bog down anything.
Hi everyone, David here, and
This is the most peppy he's ever been. That's funny. All right.
today I'm here to tell you it's the end of days. At least you might think so after this video, because we're going to learn ChatGPT Operator. The operator does mundane tasks for you, like booking travel or doing web research. And in this video, we're going to check out 4 use cases I tried with the operator to see if it could really handle my dirty.
I'll tell Davey you said hi.
You can follow along at chatgpt.com. So click the card above or the link in the description below to get there. Let's dive in.
This is one of his longer intros. Wow.
Okay.
Let's dive in.
Okay, now that we're here, it's project. In project. Partially because of that, the only way to access
Wait a minute.
And it's only available to Pro Plan. And it's only available to users in the United States.
Oh boy, this is going to be a popular video.
United States. Now, unless you're very curious, I don't recommend.
So, did he say anything about this? No, he doesn't.
Partially because of that,
I'm almost debating on making this like a B-roll thing.
Research project. Research project.
I gotta think this through. So I mean, this is just one clip, so I can just make that one clip. Let's go ahead and make it a fusion clip. I'll just go above, and then what I don't know.
Research project. Now, unless you're very curious, I don't recommend. Now,
here's what I'm gonna try to do.
Project.
Let's freeze that, and then I'll just join these, and then this one's gonna play over. And then let me just copy the preset. I really just need to make this a template, but I just haven't done that yet. Actually, I don't need that merge. Oh, that's actually what I wanted. Okay. So let's just throw that here. Boinkity boinkity boink. Okay. So go to our anim curves, and we will need the keyframes because we are mirroring it. So this is 30 frames. Let's just go ahead and set that to 1. Set this to 0. And it's mirrored, so it's just going to do that. And then I'll manually do the anim keyframe here. Don't need that yet. Mainly just because, whoops. Keep that there. I also need motion blur. And I'll anim curves that too. I wish Wampus was here because he would give me a hard time about doing anim curves on motion blur. He thinks that's crazy. But it's useful. Alright, so now we have this. And motion blur is on for the animation, and then turns off as soon as the animation's done, and then turns back on when the animation goes out. Great. Brightness contrast wise, I think I do. Let me look and see. I'm going to check a different project here. I forget how many frames I have it, if it's 12 or 15. I think it's 12. This is why I need to make this a template. Okay, brightness contrast. It's 8, so it's 16. Okay. Operating. Okay, cool. So we need to go to frame 16. And then brightness contrast gain. So this needs to, oh yeah, no, that's correct. Okay. So that needs to be that. That needs to be this. So on frame 8, it's fully opaque. Perfect. And then it fades back out at the end.
And partially because...
Oh, and then I gotta do one last thing here, add a merge. We're just gonna throw a media in. Put this in the background. And then flippity flap. We'll brightness contrast this too. Add a lens blur. Modify with anim curves. Scale 3. Custom. Once again, we'll do 30. Put this to 1. Keyframe that. Do that. Mirror. That one's good. Set. Modify with anim curves. I can turn it off. Well, actually, output doesn't matter for this. So we want minus 0.5, starting at 1. Custom source. Keyframe there. And full animation, set to mirror, so it does the wee, and then goes back out at the very end. Cool. Okay, now this is the complicated part because these are not the same window. Amazing.
Research.
See, I want to keep those animations up, but he starts on a different screen. So that's a bummer, but whatever.
Pro plan to the United States. Now on the United States. Product. Pro plan. And it's only available. Now, unless you're very curious. Now, unless you're very.
I don't know how to. I mean.
Research project.
I mean, what I can do is just have it start on this part of the screen.
Project. Project.
Yeah, so two completely different screens. I just won't be able to have the animation, but so we'll just.
It is a research project, and partially because of.
And that'll
now,
be fine.
Unless you're very.
Oh well, no animations, but it's fine. All right, we move on.
This. Because this is still dollars on this. Because this is still to work out. But I do want you to see the potential do today. Going to do today. We'll ask you but I do want you to see the potential of this technology. That's what we're going to do today. We'll ask the operator to find us a good deal on a MacBook with these specs. Let's see what this personal assistant can do.
Okay, this is the version I use. So this will just replace that. Nuke this.
Do today. We'll ask the operator to find us a with these specs. These specs.
This is another VO.
Bing. When I first, it's gone to Bing. When I submit this prompt, the operator starts a web browser and tries to accomplish this task. In fact, we can maximize this window so we can see exactly what it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, we see all the steps that the operator is taking. Let's expand this so we can see the entire list. So first, it's gone to Google. It's trying to search for this 13-inch MacBook. It's Amazon, so it goes into the Amazon website.
Oh, first it's gone to Google. That's what I'm replacing. This is such a long clip. Goodness gracious, he never delivers me clips this long. Oh, my back. Oh.
And tries to accomplish this task. In fact, we can maximize this window so we can see exactly what it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, we see all of the steps that the operator is taking. Okay, let's expand this so we can see the entire list. First, it's gone to Bing. It's gone to Google. First, it's gone to Bing, to Google. So first, it's gone to Bing, Google.
Sometimes it's funny to listen to.
So first, it's gone to Bing. List. So first, it's gone to Bing, Google. Google. It's trying to search for Google. It's trying to search. First, it's gone to Bing. It's trying to search for Bing. It's trying to search.
Okay, so let's replace
book with these specs. When I submit this prompt, the but I do want you to. We'll ask the operator to find us a good deal on a MacBook. We'll ask the We'll ask the operator.
I know this part's probably like way more tedious than it needs to be.
We'll ask the operator to find
But
us a
that
good
type bar
on a
now
MacBook with these specs.
flows
When I
seamlessly.
submit this prompt, the operator starts a web browser and tries to accomplish web browser and tries to accomplish this task. In fact, we can maximize the task. In fact, we can and tries to accomplish this task. In fact, we can maximize this window so we can see exactly what it's doing. And on the left hand side, see all of the steps that the operator is taking. Let's expand this to the entire website.
Shoot, is that gonna be a problem?
Maximize this window to accomplish and tries to accomplish what it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, we see that all of the steps that the operator is taking. Let's expand this. It's doing. And first, it's gone to Bing. It's trying to search for list. First, it's gone to
And the problem with a lot of these screen recordings is like
and what it's doing. And
there's
on the
animations that you can clearly see there's a cut with,
sidebar,
but
we see
I don't
this
know.
entire list.
Hopefully these are subtle enough.
First, it's gone to Bing. It's trying to search for this 13-inch MacBook. It finds Amazon. So it goes. It finds Amazon, so it goes into the Amazon website, and it starts. And it's starting to look for specific filters for this, for what we asked. Filters.
This is gonna be an interesting edit.
For what we asked. So right now, this agent is working on a computer in the cloud. We basically see exactly.
So I'm gonna have to just get really creative with how to cut this video down.
We basically see exactly. We basically see exactly what it's doing. It uses a special model to see the browser and interact with it using a mouse and just a keyboard like you would. It's updating a lot of these filters based on our criteria. $100, 512 gigabytes of storage. Let's see what it finds. There's a couple of these items here. It's 295 storage. Let's see what it finds. There's a couple of these items here. It's 295.
So I need to keep this synced with the video, so man, this is gonna be hard.
It's 295, 583, 83, 585, 83, 583. Here, it's 295, 583. But they don't have enough. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching. So. They don't have enough storage. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching. It's looking for ratings. Looking for ratings. It's found something. It's found something with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM, 512.
Gigabyte of RAM should do the trick.
8 gigs of RAM.
We've successfully downloaded a gig of RAM.
Of RAM, 512 storage. Okay, and it's returned the response to us. Okay, so you have to.
All right, so this, here we go. Wait a minute. Oh, that's the next clip. Okay. All right, here we go.
Finds a good deal on Apple with these specs. When I submit this prompt, the operator starts a web browser and tries to accomplish this task. In fact, we can maximize this window so we can see exactly what it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, we see all the steps that the operator is taking. Let's expand this so we can see the entire list.
Is that thing animating the same the whole time? Well, we can do a trick so it doesn't look like that part's getting edited. So I'm gonna cut that part.
Window so we can see exactly what it's doing. And browser and try to task.
So right here, cut this, copy it up. And this is gonna be our little clock up there. So because this clip is so long, I can just keep it consistent. So let me just only capture this little clock up there. Because nothing ever covers it, so it's just going to be the same the whole time. So now if I drag this over to this little point here, now no matter what edits we make, this will always be the same animation. It doesn't look like it's cut. So that's good. One less thing to worry about.
What it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, we see the steps that it's doing. And on the left-hand sidebar, so it goes so we can see.
The question is, does that ever show up? I mean, no, but I can just cover it until this point right here. So let's bring this one up. And this one I can just freeze frame. So when does it start? It starts
Maximize this window.
right there. So start it on that exact frame. And let's just block this so we can see only this spot. And really all we're doing is just bringing this down. Bring that up. Bringing this over. And then it's fine. And now we don't have that blinking thing the whole time, so it covers up another edit. And then we ignore those for now.
So we're entire list. Let's expand this so we can see the entire list.
Basically want to shorten this as much as possible. Basically anytime there's like a weird pause, scroll ahead until I see a change. Give it like a few frame buffer. And then just cutting the dead space.
First, it's gone to Bing. Let's try and just search. First, it's gone to
right there. Right here, got more dead space out.
to Bing. First, it's gone to Bing. Let's try and just search for this 13-inch MacBook. Let's try and just search for this 13-inch MacBook. Finds it's gone to Bing. Let's try and just search for this 13-inch MacBook. Finds Amazon. Could go to it. Now this 13-inch MacBook.
Right here. There's like
goes into the Amazon.
As soon as that frame changes right here. And then I want to make sure I actually bring these back too. Good, good. Cutting dead space.
The Amazon website into the Amazon website and it's starting to look for specific filters for what we have. The Amazon website and it's starting to look for specific
Okay, so this one
Amazon website into the Amazon
cut from there.
for specific filters for what we asked. Look for specific filters for what we asked. So right now, this agent is working on a filter. Let's look for specific filters for what we asked. Right now, this agent is working on representatives.
I think we're doing pretty good cutting dead space right now. Might actually fill the voiceover gap too. Oops. Forgot to uncheck that.
Right now, this agent is working on. Right now, this agent is working.
Wait a minute. I was probably thinking that.
Right now, this agent is.
I saw that.
Right now, this agent is working on a computer in the cloud. We basically see exactly what it's doing. It uses a special model to see the browser and interact with it using a mouse and keyboard like a human would. It's updating a lot of these filters based on our criteria: 8 gigabytes of RAM, under $700, 512 gigabytes of storage. Let's see what it finds. There's a couple of these items here. It's 295, 583. 583, 583, 83. But they don't have enough. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings.
I can take a huge chunk off here.
But they don't have enough. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings. It's found something with the right criteria. 83. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still. But they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings. They don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings.
Oh.
Not enough storage, so but they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings. But they don't have enough storage. They're not enough storage. Storage, so it's still searching. So it's still searching. Looking for ratings. Still searching, looking for ratings. Looking for ratings. Things. Looking for. Still searching, looking for ratings. Ratings.
I'm just trimming this so so tediously.
Things.
It might even be hard to see what I'm actually looking at.
Things. It's found something. Found something with the right criteria. It's found something. It's found something with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM, 512, storage. Found something with the right. Found something with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM. Criteria: 8 gigs of RAM, 512 storage. Okay, and 8 gigs of RAM, 512 flow, 512 flow. Gigs of RAM, 512 storage. 12 storage. Okay, and it's returned the response to us. Okay, so you
Yeah, I think I got this pretty close.
It's found something with the rings. It's found something with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM, 512 storage. Okay. Okay, and it's returned the response to us. Okay, and it's returned the response to us. Okay.
Yeah, so this would have been an absolute nightmare
Criteria, 8
if this
gigs
like was
of
there
RAM,
every edit because it
512
moves all the time.
storage.
But because I trimmed out this part over every single edit,
Looking for ratings.
it looks like
Found
it's
something
seamless.
with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM, 512 storage.
And then this
Okay.
this right here is when it transitions back to the bell, so I just cut it off here,
Okay, and it's
and we're good. And that is how you manufacture something that was stupid long.
$512 gigabytes of storage. Let's see what it finds. There's a couple of these items here. It's 295, 583, but they don't have enough storage, so it's still searching, looking for ratings. It's found something with the right criteria. 8 gigs of RAM, 512 storage. Okay, and it's returned the response to us. Okay, so you have to admit this is pretty. Response to us. Okay, so you have to. Response to us. Okay,
Okay,
so you
back
have
to normal editing after that. Like
response to us.
heavy
Okay, so
focus
you-
time. Oh my word. I, like drained myself just trying to think through that so I wasn't losing my spot. Okay.
Okay, so you have to admit this is pretty cool. What do you ask ChatGPT? Response to us. Okay, so you have to admit this is pretty cool. What do you ask ChatGPT? What happens then? GPT to buy it. What happens then?
Whoop.
What happens then? So good to know. So good to know. So what happens then? So good to know. ChatGPT to buy it. What happens? Buy it. What happens then? So good to know. As a research preview, it's not allowed to make purchases just yet. Just yet. If you want to buy it, click the link and buy it yourself.
Do the work.
Buy it yourself. Overall, it's not bad for the it's not bad for the first test. Overall, it's not bad for the first test. It's not bad for the first test. It's not bad for the first test. Let's try something. for the first test. Let's try some.
I have an idea. Oh, this would be kind of dumb to edit.
By yourself. Overall, it's not bad for the first test. Let's try something. Bad for the first test. Overall, it's not bad for the first test.
Come on, thank you.
Not bad for the first test. Let's try something slightly for the first test. Let's try something for the first test. Not bad for the first test. Let's try something for the first test. Let's try something.
Okay, here's my dumb idea. It might not be as dumb as I think it is. Or it also could be worse. Who knows? Well, I'm gonna make this the background. Oh, it's gonna... Right. Okay. Well, that's a way to get it back to normal. Okay, so I do a transform here, and then I can do a transform here. And then I just have to... think about this really hard. Okay, so if I... Okay, so yeah, I guess it makes more sense to do it based off of the actual thing. Okay, let me just blend this 0.5. I want to see if this even works. I think you can kind of see where this is going and why it's a terrible idea. Oh, it's definitely not going to work. That's one big issue. The scaling is entirely different. Okay, never mind. It was a good thought. They're entirely different windows.
Bad for the first test. Bad for the first test. For the first test. Let's try something slow. If you want to buy it, click the link and buy it yourself. Overall, it's not bad for the first test. Let's try something slightly more.
That'll work. I'll just keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid.
Let's try something slightly more time. Try something slightly more time consuming. Searching for time consuming. Let's try something time consuming. Searching for flights. For flights. There are a lot of good travel search sites out there. But when you're looking for flights, there are a lot of good travel search sites.
It's pretty close. Did I get? No. Oh. Brr. Here, quick drink break. Oh boy. Man, these long edits are they're gonna be something else. Like a one that has like huge gaps. So how's everybody doing? What you guys working on? What's tickling your fancy? And then where is the fancy located? Oh, I have 3 seconds to buy this on Deal Zone. Oh, it deal ended. Shoot. Oh my goodness. Guys, look what just popped up 5 seconds ago, or 15 seconds ago. Blackmagic Cloud Pod for $185. What? Oh, I want it. I want it so bad. That's more than half off. I know it's got 3-star reviews, but that's just because of user error. I looked at the reviews. It's because people don't know how it works. Oh my goodness. CloudPod for $185. Oh, I want it so bad. Somebody buy it for me. Oh man, there's a couple of good ones right now. But oh man, I want it so bad. Oh. This could do all your proxy generation too. I think it does proxies. 50 simultaneous users. Dude, I gotta message this to Kevin right now. Oh my goodness. Whoa, hello.
Hey!
VidTools, greetings from Finland.
Where?
Well, hello. How's it going? How's everything? How is life? Welcome in. What time is it in Finland? Isn't it like 5 in the morning? Unless it's later than I think it is. I was just taking a look at the deal zone because it just rolled over. And I just noticed the Black Magic Cloud Pod is like more than half off. Oh, Out of Order Garage is still here. Hello.
But when you're looking for
Oh, it's 7 a.m. Okay, that's not too terrible.
flight,
Although I have
the right flight.
I have friends that like it's their routine to get up at 5 a.m. and I'm just like, what's wrong with you? I'd rather stay up till 5. Okay. It's midnight here. Okay, yeah, you're in the same time zone as me. It's midnight here as well. So VidTools, what brings you to the stream today? On this now it's Wednesday. On this fine Wednesday.
pops up.
Oh, these are the views.
Which is still not a window we asked for. Remember, we went from March 3rd.
Oh, this is gonna be weird. Okay, so nuke those. All right, so what does he say about these? Does video okay? Video 1 goes at 105 into it. Okay, so that would be 405. It looks like.
So this will be interesting to see what happens. Now it's selecting dates, and somehow a flight from San Jose to Las Vegas pops up.
Interesting. So, all right, so that's 1. 147, so that's 457.
Time, and it's not one of the didn't work, and it's not one of the ranges we provided, and it's not one
Okay, so that goes there.
that didn't work, and it's not one didn't work, and it's not one of the ranges. This will be interesting to see what happens. Now it's selecting.
Okay, just throw that there so I know where it is. This sucker goes to, so this was 157, I think. Oh wait, no, 157. So 2 minutes, so 47, so the 310 or 510. So it's like right here. Ah, it's right after this. That would make sense. If I would just do math.
Yep. Okay. Which is still not a range. Yep. Okay. Which is still. Yep. Okay. Which is still not. Okay. Which is.
By the way, VidTools, if you have any questions about DaVinci Resolve or anything I'm doing or anything I'm not doing, anything about any of the pages, just let me know, and if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them. The stream is usually, even though like I'm working on actual stuff, I usually just kind of do AMA style streams. If anybody has any questions, just throw them in chat. And then we just see what happens. And hopefully we break stuff, because breaking stuff is fun.
Earliest. Right, the earliest.
Yeah, no problem.
Kayak. And now it's searching for New York City. has little rock in there, right?
All right, this is gonna be really interesting. Oh, I gotta highlight something too. Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious.
It's still got little rock from a past. It's still got.
So I gotta do a highlight. Okay, I'll just pull it from here.
Images, videos that you can.
I can't pull that one. Do I have another one? Or is this the wrong project to pull it from? It's definitely the wrong project to pull it from. LOL! Okay. Let me find one. Is it this one? Good enough.
Hey!
Hey,
Where?
you're a hero! How's it going? How's everything? How's life? Hey, I like to use the DaVinci Resolve, but for college class, I'm taking it. I have to use for. I'm sorry. I am used to how to. Do you have tips for switching editing programs? Oh, we're getting deep. Okay, so, okay, so any tips? Because I have switched editing softwares a number of times, and the thing that gets me is that I have a specific way I like to work with certain shortcuts. The hardest thing is that things are labeled differently. So typically how I go about doing it is I'll know what the title of it is. So like here, let me give you an example. So if I go to keyboard customization and I type in add edit, that shortcut doesn't exist. But if I go to split clip, that does exist. And that's you know, I use C because that means cut to me, so that whenever I'm like over a thing on the timeline, I just press C and it just makes the cut, right? And in Premiere it's called add edit. How would I know it's called that if I'm used to split clip? So what I can do is, you know, I haven't even tested this yet. So we're gonna see if this works in real time. So split clip, or hold on. DaVinci Resolve split clip shortcut for Premiere Pro. Let's see if it labels it what it's called. It actually might be the same shortcut. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's Control K, Control backslash. Nope. So that. Called for Premiere. Maybe it'll tell me. It's just gonna keep pulling up the razor tool. They might not even pull up add edit. Yeah. So the weird thing is, oh yeah, here it is. Top 5 shortcuts. Add edit. So there it is. So I found the equivalent. So add edit and split clip do the exact same thing. So basically the moral of the story is like, if you have a certain way you like your keyboard shortcuts bound, you're going to have to do a little bit of research to figure out, okay, in the keyboard customization, how exactly can I bind things the same exact way? So, you know, for multicam clips, for instance, multicam clips for the most part are pretty similar. In both softwares. Those are pretty easy to find because you can just search multicam and those will work. So I tend to try to steer away from like trying to like rework how my shortcuts work based on a software. I try to like keep it consistent. Now, of course, if I'm doing something like the color page versus using Lumetri, that's a different story. Those are two completely different operations because Lumetri doesn't do anything like the color page does. So having shortcuts that do the same things doesn't really make much sense. But for the edit page, that's different because they are built very, very similar. So I do try to keep it as consistent as possible. So basically just like look up kind of look up the terms that would be somewhat similar. So, I mean, ripple is something that is universal pretty much through any editing software you use. So if you don't know exactly what it's called, you can just search, okay, let's search ripple and see what I can find. Okay, we have ripple delete. That's pretty universal. If I search that in Premiere, probably going to find the same thing or something that's labeled very, very similarly. Like ripple to playhead or something like that. I don't remember exactly what it's called. But just search keywords that are pretty universal, and then you can typically find what is going to translate from software to software. And of course, like coming from Premiere to Resolve is a lot easier because you have if you're used to Premiere shortcuts, you have them by default. And then you can modify them as you wish. Premiere is not very adaptable, so that does kind of make it difficult, especially when sometimes Resolve actually does have more options for using stuff. But the way that it operates with trim modes can differ slightly, but for the most part they can be pretty similar. Snapping is the same. Link selection, I think it's called something different, but basically, like, search as generic of the term as you can think of, or Google search like what is this type of shortcut, and typically you can find what the translation is. So hopefully that's somewhat helpful. I know it's like vague and not like the best thing, but the other thing is, like, with every project, especially if you're somewhat new to editing and you haven't been doing it for super long, one rule of thumb that I kind of like to have for newer editors is, with every project you do, learn a new keyboard shortcut, or find one thing that you can do that's more efficient than the way you have been doing it. Even if it takes you longer initially, it'll save time in the long run. So if you aren't used to using ripple edits, so like, as an example, let's say I wanted to cut this gap out. Well, normally if you just watch a generic tutorial on something, on how to use something, usually it'll say go to the razor tool or the blade tool, whatever it's called in whichever software you're using. So you'll click on it, bring it down here to where the playhead is. You might miss it, like, oh no, I gotta undo. And then, okay, I gotta click on this, make sure I get both edits. Like, oh, I can turn the link selection on so that if I make a cut, actually it doesn't do it on a razor tool. But then I do this, and then I have to go back to this thing, and then I gotta delete selected, delete selected, and then I gotta click and drag all of this over here, and that's just super highly inefficient, right? But if I know how to use shortcuts and I can just go boom, boom, I just saved myself like 15 seconds, And even if you do it really efficiently, it still saves like minimum 3 seconds, and over a long period of edits, that time saving adds up. And if you stack that, like, however long it's taken you to edit over the year, then that keeps growing exponentially. So yeah, the biggest piece of advice is just like learn as many keyboard shortcuts as you can, but like, don't overwhelm yourself with too many, because if you try to do too many at once, it doesn't really stick as well. So like pick one per project that you can try to use and see if it works. And not every time you learn a keyboard shortcut is it going to be very efficient, but at least you know how it works and you learn something new. So that's my best piece of advice. Now, optimally, you can just say, hey, can I use Resolve? Now, I mean, I'm trying to think. For a college class, depending on what they're going to have you do, like, I can't imagine something for a college class would like have to restrict to a specific software, unless they were doing something that was just like very Premiere centric, like, okay, here's how to import a Mogurt or something like that. If you're importing a Mogurt, like, obviously you can't do that in Resolve because it's different, but What are the things I missed from it? Nothing. Or the things that were better? Honestly, I can't really think of much. If there's... what was something that was better? Honestly, it's really hard to say because like every single thing I did in Premiere, Resolve has either done it better or just replaced it. So, I mean, there's not really anything in Premiere that I prefer over the tools in Resolve. I'm really trying to think if there's anything, because I did just use it a few times over the past few months, kind of like as an upgrade, not an upgrade, update. Not up. Why did I say upgrade? It is a downgrade. Yeah, there's nothing really about it I can think of that I would just like, oh, I wish Resolve had this. And that's after using it for like 8 years too. Oh, I guess the one thing that Premiere can kind of do, and I've gotten used to the way the UI is laid out, so it doesn't really bother me. But Premiere's UI customization is nice because you can move things mostly where you want to. Now, Resolve has that to a degree. It's not quite as customizable, but like if I wanted to move in the Fusion page, like if I wanted to move this node tree, I could put it here. I forget exactly where. It's like somewhere in the frame format or something like that. I haven't actually like done it myself, but you can actually move this node tree on here to the vertical side, so you can move it around. But it's, as far as like moving every single window into a different spot and fully customizing it, that part I do kind of miss. But that's really the only thing I can think of. I never thought to look up names in comparison between requirements. I did ask if we could use experience that we'd be learning from in class. Okay. Is it one of those? I'm not trying to like interfere with your college course, but is it one of those things where you can say like, okay, during class, like I can learn Premiere, but like when we actually do a project, well, if they're gonna like have you do collaborative editing, I guess that's different. I don't know. Yeah, it kind of sucks. I mean, at the end of the day, it's good to know more than one software. So, you know, you can say you have experience in Premiere, but for me personally, it's never changed whether or not I have been able to get a job.
Flight.
It's an introductory class. There are times we work in class on campus computers which only have Premiere. Okay, that's fair.
Without light. So let's see how the operator can help. We'll submit the prompt. Computer can help. We'll submit the prompt. Can help.
I feel like Premiere has a noisy layout, which also yeah, it does. And that's the thing is like, part of it's like, yes, it's kind of nice to customize the UI, but at the same time, it's also a nuisance. It's not great. Like, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that more colleges aren't adopting Resolve yet. Now, to be fair, there are some. I actually, over the past fall, I did an editing class for a bunch of students, and they actually decided to do everything in Resolve, which was great. So my friend and I, everything that we taught was Resolve, which was fantastic because that's what I wanted to use. So there are some colleges and places and trade schools that are switching to it, which is good because they need to. Especially the more that people actually want to get into color grading, because I mean, Premiere did just finally add ACES, but man, it's still not great. It's better than what it was, but man, it's like, what's the comparison that I'd like to make? It's like comparing Lumetri to Resolve is like comparing Photoshop to Microsoft Paint. There's no comparison.
The operator can help. We'll submit the prompt, and like before, we'll expand this.
And that's not like a personal preference thing. That's just like objectively Resolve. I mean, Resolve is like a Hollywood standard. It's one of the two. It's like Resolve and Baselight are the two color grading standards in Hollywood, and that's just because Resolve's color management handles everything, like literally anything you can possibly throw at it. Premiere cannot. That's just like an objective like limitation that Lumetri has. It can't work in as much space, anywhere near as much space as Resolve can. It's limited in that way. Like it can't work in linear, for example.
This browser so we can see what it's doing.
Okay, so first off, it doesn't have a with searching Bing.
Oh boy, this is gonna be really tedious.
Thank you, Microsoft, for contributing billions of dollars to OpenAI.
Nice, David, nice.
So it's found Kayak. And now it's has Little Rock in there. Has Little
Oh, is this the one that needed the zoom in, I think? No, wait. Oh.
Rock in there right now. It's still got Little Rock from a past query. So this. It's still got Little Rock.
The LIT. Oh, that's what it means. Okay. We're going around and cutting out all the parts with him, without him talking. Oh, because so I did the same thing over here. So basically, what I'm attempting to do, and I did it over here, was make everything like look seamless. So like if I like hid the edits, so like let me see if I can just hide the edits here, and so you can't see it. So if I hid these edits,
entire list. First, it's gone to Bing. It's trying to search for this 13-inch MacBook. It finds Amazon, so it goes into the Amazon website, and it's starting to look for specific.
Like there was probably about 7 cuts there. You probably didn't see any of them. Let's count how many. There's more than that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost 7. Okay. So yeah, there's a bunch of cuts. So the point is like I'm trying to cut out all the dead space and have his voiceover be consistent, also still following along with this, while keeping it moving, so it's not just like
Little Rock in there right now.
So yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm gonna cut the footage out as well. The reason I'm cutting out the dead space is just so like I don't accidentally overwrite part of the voiceover when I'm dragging it back. That's all. But I'm trying to keep the voiceovers in the right spot, roughly, so that if they do go with something that's a part of the what's being shown on screen, I want to make sure that part's retained. It's just like slightly tedious, and I have to like really think about it. Yeah, and I'm probably gonna cut out the because that's not necessary.
It still has Little Rock in there right now.
Actually, I'm gonna keep it in just in case.
It's still got Little Rock from a.
So I'm actually gonna join those together.
It's still got Little Query. So this will be interesting to see.
Yeah, it builds character.
And somehow
Las Vegas pops up. Looked like it had a little trouble on.
Oh, I just thought of something. The one thing I miss, it's not even from Premiere though, that's the problem. The one thing I miss is actually from Audition. And that's a spectral frequency display for audio. That's the one thing I miss. Because I can do like little auto healings and specific frequency cuts or like adjustments without adjusting a whole piece of audio. That's something I miss. That's by far the biggest thing I miss. I wish I had that still. I can kind of do that in Audacity. It does have that, but Audacity's so clunky to work with. I just wish Fairlight had it. That's my biggest thing. There you go. I found something.
Dates. It looked like it had a little trouble on selecting those dates. Yeah, so it realized that was. So it realized. So it realized that was irrelevant. So it realized that was irrelevant. So it's starting again. Let's find some better travel dates this time. Okay, so I tried the 10th through the 13th this time. That didn't work. This time. That didn't work. And it's not. It didn't work. And it work. And it's not one of the work. And it's not one of the ranges we provided. So it has March 2nd to March 10th this time. Yep, okay. Which is still not a range that we asked for at the earliest.
Oh my word, look at this long, huge gap here. And what I'm probably going to end up doing with this is doing like a big speed ramp. Because there's no way I'm letting this play for... How long is this? Oh my goodness, yeah. Nearly 2 minutes of nothing. So yeah, that's 100% going to be a speed ramp. There's no way I'm going to be able to cut that and like only keep the portions.
Scratch that.
To have found one search successfully so far.
Scratch that. So it found one set of dates, but those dates weren't in our time range. It keeps getting stuck on March 2nd. So it's going to keep struggling on date selection. We'll let it run for a little bit of time here.
I might put in like a little background music thing where I'm speed ramping, like some elevator music, and then just like slowly zoom out.
We'll let it run for a little bit of time here.
Unfortunately, it sucks.
Unfortunately, it appears it's just getting stuck on kayak's date selection. So kayak's date selection. So if we click at an earlier step, we can go back to a screenshot. When it clicks on return date, kayak actually makes you select both. When it
Okay, I'm just gonna turn off video 1. I don't want to have to keep selecting.
Kayak actually makes both. So if you select both, kayak actually makes you select both. So if it's selecting the 10th here, it's selecting the. So if it's selecting.
What was that?
So if so if it's selecting. So if it's selecting the 10th.
Oh shoot, I can't do that because it's gonna pull everything out. I can't use that shortcut. Okay.
So if it's selecting the. So if it's selecting. So if it's selecting. So if it's selecting the 10th here as a return date, but that adjusts the departure date. But that adjusts the departure date. So that's done. But that adjusts the departure to it up. Screw it up. Let's see what it's found. It seems like it's found a specific. It seems like it's found. Like it's found. Like it's found a. Like it's found. Like it's found a specific flight. Or now it's on Priceline.
To be clear, I haven't gotten the video like this from him yet, so this is a little bit more thinking than I was expecting to do. I might actually call him about this one. Because I think there's a better way to do this. This is just like a ton of empty space. I might have to concept a voiceover for this.
Flight, or now, it's on Priceline.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna end up happening is like I'm probably gonna cut a lot of these voice lines, and we might just do speed ramping on it.
Let's see how the date selection goes here. Okay.
So I just have to, what I'll probably end up doing is just asking like, hey, what parts do you want to make sure you include in this?
It fixed itself.
course you did that.
Itself. Roll for a second. Yeah, it's getting totally screwed up by these date selection controls.
Yeah, see, it's like there's so much repetitive stuff here. I don't know.
Well, at this point, we're gonna put it out of its misery.
He just gives up. Oh boy. We got to this part. Oh man. This is definitely an invigorating video to demonstrate for some people that have been here, like this is their first time here. It'd be much more interesting if I was editing a short film. Which I do have to edit, but these take priority. We can take a small break from it, and I can show a fun little feature that's going to be coming up on a video that I'm making soon. So if anybody wants to see this, let's see, does this break it? Yeah, it does. I can't do that. It's more accurate to what is editing. I mean, yeah, it's true. Yeah, I mean, a lot of editing is like tedious, especially if you do a lot of things for corporate organizations. I don't mind it. Like, it's not like I hate my job or anything. I enjoy what I do. Like, obviously, editing a music video or editing a short film is going to be more fun than, you know, tutorial, but still. But I do kind of want to show this because this is going to be a tutorial that hopefully I can record and make soon. I'm planning on, like, at some point, either this coming week or next week or something like that, I'm just going to start cranking out a bunch of recordings so that I have a bunch of my own content to edit, because I haven't posted my own personal YouTube video in a while, and I'm, like, hurting. So I built this shader. It's funny that this doesn't actually have anything to do with Resolve, but it does have to do with color. So I made a few shaders. I'm making 2 videos on 2 different shaders that I made. I'll show this one off first. This one might actually be the second video I make, but I might do this one first. I'm not sure at this point. But this one is a shader that involves three different adjustments on all 6 color vectors. So if you wanted to do something in OBS to make your camera look better, just to clarify, this is what my camera looks like straight out of like going straight into the computer. So first I apply just transform LUT. So this goes from, I'm shooting on this is a Fujifilm, by the way. If you want a good webcam, go Fuji. So this goes from Fuji's F-Log to Rec 709. It's a transform LUT. Basically, it's just a color space transform. And then I apply the fun stuff. My density, saturation, and hue shift shader to kind of make the colors pop a little bit more. And then there's this one's not mine, but I still like it. This is a color curves script that you can find. It's a Lewis script that you can find in the OBS forums. That's really nice. You can adjust a lot of colors in a lot of cool ways. So, but speaking of that, so this shader that I made that makes the colors all pop uses 3 different things. So it's using density, saturation, and hue shift. So density is basically like increasing or decreasing the luminance of a certain color, but in like a filmic way. So if I was to do it on all the colors, this is kind of what it looked like. So if I increase density, I am basically doing this. I'm making everything like a little bit more dense. Like this is obviously way too far, but you know, if I bring this back, like this is making it less dense, this is making it more dense. So it basically is a way to like make colors pop without like pushing them to make them look more video-y. I also have a saturation control here. This is using subtractive saturation, meaning that none of the color channels increase in luminance, so they all decrease. So it's very similar to how print or film increases saturation, where you start from like a white point, and in order to get a more vivid color, you add more color so more light is taken away, so it subtracts. So that's the type of color model that's happening here when I'm using saturation here. So I'm subtracting from colors to make it more vivid. So again, it's a more filmic way of adjusting saturation. So the reason that this shader is really nice is I can do it on individual color vectors. So if I wanted to do it just on red, so here's density on red, I could adjust this, and like all that blue and stuff in the background is not being affected because it's only happening on the red vector. I can do the same thing with saturation. And then I can also like do hue shifts, so I can shift red towards either towards magenta or towards yellow. And I can do that on all the 6 color vectors. So if I go to cyan, I can adjust the cyan density because there's cyan in the background. It's like a combination of cyan and blue. And then I can adjust the cyan saturation, all that good stuff, and of course the cyan hue shift. But it does it very cleanly as well, which is part of the reason why I like it so much. Like, it doesn't really break the image. So that's the density saturation hue shader. It's going to be on shader filter pretty soon. There is a version on it there right now, but it's very broken. Don't use it. The next shader I'm going to do a video on is called the Tetra shader. This one is on shader filter right now, and it works perfectly. So you can use this right now. Tetra, it's short for tetrahedral interpolation. You don't have to understand what that means to know what it does. Basically what we're doing here is we're playing red, green, blue, cyan, magenta, yellow against red, green, or the red, green, and blue axes. What that means is, let's say I wanted to take red and then either move it along the red and cyan axis, the green and magenta axis, or the blue and yellow axis. I can do that on each level. So like, this is me pulling the red vector and moving it along the red and cyan axis. So I can move it towards red, or I can move it towards cyan. And then I can take the red channel and move it against the green and magenta axis. And then I can take the red channel and move it against the blue and yellow axis. But you notice that like I can push it really far and it doesn't look like blocky or noisy or anything. It's a very, very clean adjustment. It's a very complex adjustment, but it's very precise and actually low CPU usage, which is nice. So just as another example, like I'll do the blue in the background. So let's say I take that blue, and let's say I want to shift it towards, I don't know, shift it towards red a little bit and add some magenta in there as well. So it kind of gives it like a purpley hue. So like my light hasn't changed. Like this is me toggling that on and off. So it's never going to really break your image, which is super nice. This is me pushing it like really far. This is me pushing it towards red and towards magenta all the way in just the blue channel, and it looks super clean. And again, the light hasn't changed. So, but yeah, this is a really good way. What I actually used the Tetra shader the most, well, not the shader, but just like tetrahedral interpolation in general, the most for is actually for camera matching. It's a really, really good way to match cameras with each other, especially ones that have like different hue biases and stuff. So those are things that are going to be on videos pretty soon. I'm really excited about it. I'm glad they work, because now OBS actually has really legitimate color tools. And yeah, fun stuff. So yeah, the colors are never going to clip, at least on the density saturation hue shader, they're never going to clip like towards white. they might go below black, so you might like the blue, for example, like the blue channel could go all the way past black, like that could happen, but you're never going to push it past the limit on white. The only exception to that is in the case that I'm using it, I'm actually applying it before I apply my LUT, so technically this is going to be kind of hard to explain, but because the LUT is actually shifting my color space from one space to another, when I operate on subtractive saturation or any of the adjustments, it moves some of the colors ever so slightly up, but not in the actual adjustment that I'm making them on. So, but it still makes it really, really clean, and you're going to be very, very hard pressed to actually like clip anything or break anything with these shaders. They're not really going to break your image. So even if it like pushes it to the edge, it's not gonna look bad. Like obviously, if I'm using this, I'm not gonna push saturation all the way up like this, because that's this looks horrible. But even then, like, it doesn't look like it's broken, so like there's not like any blocks or like solid clipping or whatever thing. My camera froze? Doesn't look like it froze. It's still working right here. Is my camera frozen? Oh, your stream is frozen. Oh, okay. Anyways, but yeah, like if I push the saturation, this is me pushing global saturation all the way up, and you can see like even in the background with that highly saturated blue, it's not really breaking. So you can go back and watch the recording if you want. They're freezing here. Okay, cool. So yeah, those are fun shaders that I'm excited to release pretty soon. And obviously they'll be free because Shader Filter is a free plugin, so not gonna lock anything behind a paywall. I also have a video out on my subtractive saturation shader. It's I'm actually not using it right now because the density saturation hue shader is probably gonna kind of take it over. Although there is a feature on it that is not in either of these, which makes it really nice. But you can actually like shape a saturation curve almost, because you can operate on saturation in 2 different color models and with 2 different types of math. So and there are videos on that, so those are cool. But yeah, so yeah, fun stuff. Just wanted to show that off.
Afterward. Without. Here. I'm going to come up with. And we're
so. Yeah, well, this is going to be kind of interesting because I'm gonna leave this till the end, and I'll go back to it. I just want to get through the rest of the edit.
Up with. And we're back. That was a big fail.
All right.
Fail. Fail. The cheapest flight it found was a big fail. The cheapest flight it found was $296. The cheapest flight I found on my own was closer to $200. Closer to $200.
You know why? Because you didn't tell the ChatGPT to use a VPN.
And we know from the history.
Is there a reason behind the clip? Between these, yeah. So I have certain notes that the well, David, the guy that's this guy. I have notes that he's given me, so I color code things based on the notes that he's given me. So they're just kind of for my reference. I don't do anything super fancy, but if there's a certain note that I usually mark it in orange, if there's like a different use case for it, like a couple of these, like I'll mark them in purple because they have a different use case. But that's really about it.
March 10th. It's March 10th. And it's
now because the Blackmagic Cloud Pod is currently more than half off. I kind of want to convince Kevin to get a couple of these so that we can make this process a little more seamless so that we can do like the Blackmagic Cloud projects. And then that way, instead of having to like use OneDrive to download everything, do notes, we could just do everything on the cloud. That'd be so nice. It would save so much time because then I wouldn't have to go in and manually mark everything. And then, you know, they could like make all their actual notes. I mean, there's also presentations as well, which is really nice because I can just probably send them presentations. That's probably what I should be doing, honestly. The only problem I have with presentations is the fact that I can't really customize the format that I upload in, which is annoying, at least straight from here. I could probably do an export and then upload the presentations afterwards, but it'd be nice if I could just upload straight. You know, it is what it is.
And it seemed like no matter what website it used, dates in general. And after that disappointing performance, let's try something totally different. Web scraping for leads. See, I've got this blank spreadsheet and I've got to get the name coach in America. But I'm lazy and
I think I just answered my own question whether he's actually going to do something. Actually, it's funny because like he provides very detailed notes for the most part. So it's just ironic that he says,
but I'm lazy and coach in America. But I'm lazy and I want my AI virtual assistant to do this for me. Here's my prompt. Here's my prompt. To do this for me. I want virtual assistant to do this for me. Here's my prompt for this.
Does he? That's annoying.
For me. Here's my prompt for the sake of.
Wait. Oh, I'm dumb.
For me. Here's my prompt.
Does it go back up? It does.
And I want my AI virtual assistant to do this for me. Here's my prompt. For the sake of time, we're just gonna get contact info for the top 3 men's college basketball teams and just for the head coaches. Prompt. For the sake of time, we're just gonna get contact. For the sake of time, we're just gonna get. Here's my prompt. For the sake of time, we're just gonna.
Let me think for a second.
We're just gonna get.
Okay, so I need to figure out how many frames I need to go, huh?
Gonna
It starts there. This part's probably overkill. One, two, three, four, five, six. Can I go that far? Yes, I can. That'll work.
Here's my prompt. For the sake of time, we're just gonna get contact info for the top.
There we go. Now you don't notice.
But I've asked the operator to populate this spreadsheet. And notice that I did not have any column headers in the spreadsheet. And notice that I did not have any column headers in the spreadsheet at all. And in the spreadsheet at all.
Okay, so what's that note? Oh.
But I've asked the operator to populate this spreadsheet. And notice that I did not have any column headers in the spreadsheet at all. And notice that I don't have any column headers in this spreadsheet at all.
That's why.
The spreadsheet. And notice that I don't.
Hey! Where?
Valley! Control plus scroll wheel, I believe. Oh. How are you quickly triggered expanding the timeline? Alt. Alt scroll. Control scroll is back and forth. Alt scroll is zoom in and out. And then shift scroll is resizing. And then regular scroll is just moving up and down. And then control scroll, control alt is, I don't know what this is doing actually. Oh, control alt is actually like go back and forth fast. I didn't know that. What's shift alt? Same thing? Wait, what? Okay, control alt and shift alt do the same thing. That's so weird though. I didn't know that was a thing. Yeah, they'll scroll really fast in your timeline. Control alt or shift alt. That's funny. By the way, how are you, Fally? I hope you're well tonight. I don't know why I'm speaking to you this way, but I hope you like it. A lot. What's up, Fally? Love you too. I love you too, Fally. You're great. Oh my word. I just can't be a regular streamer.
And at all.
I don't know how to do anything online.
At all. And here we go.
It's like I was homeschooled.
Go. Here we go.
No time for regular streamers in this house.
Now the first thing it's got to do is
It's true.
say, Now the thing got to do. Now the first thing.
Yeah, I was homeschooled all the way through. And on top of that, I didn't go to college. That's actually a fact. I dropped out of college twice. There you go. Do you do a trade school? No. When I have to put it on applications, that's like the closest thing, but no, it's I went to a 2-year film and television apprenticeship It was called an internship at the time, and then it was eventually called an apprenticeship, and I think an apprenticeship makes more sense. But it was basically a studio that I paid to be at to get like hands-on real-world experience while like doing classes and doing professional encounters. So like I went to LA 3 times. We toured studios like Warner Brothers, Universal, DreamWorks. Went to New York once as well, and we would meet other professionals in the business like writers, DPs, actors, animators, so all that stuff. But I got into editing. I started editing really stupid stuff. I'm never going to show these things. Back in 2007, I think is when I first started putting stuff together. Back when my mom and dad got in iMac. That was when Macs were like starting to like explode. So that's when I started. So I started on iMovie. Eventually, after several years, my parents bought me Final Cut Express. That was my first big boy software. Then I got like Final Cut 5 and 7. Then I got into Premiere as well. That was back in like CS. What version was that? I did After Effects in CS3. That was my first version of After Effects, was CS3. It was ridiculous. So Premiere was like CS5, I think, was the first version we started editing with that, because we were still using Final Cut at the time. And then I did Avid for a year, and that was a train wreck. I could not get a hold of Avid. Avid's its own beast. So then I went back to Premiere, stayed in there for a while, till like 5 years ago. And then I've been in Resolve ever since. Oh shoot. Hold on. I just woke up. Okay. Hold on. I might be right back. I also might possibly come back and just immediately end the stream. We'll see. I'm gonna potentially be back. I might be in a minute. So I'll hopefully be back. You know what's really funny? Is that I'll leave, and then when I come back, I have more views than when I left. That's pretty funny. Okay. VidTools. Are you still here? Because I see you're asking me what were the worst things in using Premiere. I have a lot of answers for that. I don't want to rant if you're not here. I don't want to waste ranting time.
Okay, here we go. Now the first thing it's got to do is figure out what are the top 3 men's college. I have to figure that out.
Okay, this is another big gap thing, so I'm not gonna work on cutting this right now because I got to figure out what I exactly want to do with it. Because the other one was doable, but these have like some significantly large gaps. I don't think they can cut the same way. So
5 rankings. Let's see if it's the first link.
I need to have fun with this and rest of the stream. All right, your hero. Thank you so much for stopping by, for asking all the questions, and hopefully your the college course will be somewhat lenient. You can translate some of that stuff to Resolve once you're eventually ready to start working in the real world.
Okay, so from this list, from Alabama.
Have a great rest of your night in all seriousness.
First link. Pretty good. Remember her. Name. Still scrolling down here. Couldn't find anyone on that page. I was trying to look for other pages. It was already on. Pull that up if we can pull that up again.
Actually, I do kind of want to rant. So, I mean, outside of Adobe being subscription based, the biggest problems I have with Premiere the biggest problems I have, one of them is like the lack of good color management. They're starting to incorporate it, but it's still nowhere near the level of what Resolve can do. So it's good to see that they're starting to incorporate it, but there's still long way to go. So color management severely lacking. It's really hard to get the look that you want with the Metri. It's just not built for it. The other parts of it were the constant round tripping, whether that was like to Resolve for color or to After Effects. And like even if you had like the Mogurt workaround and stuff, the constant workarounds and having to go back and forth between softwares and including Audition, that was always a pain. Having everything in the same software has just been a lifesaver. It's so hard to go back to that. That was just awful. Adobe's GPU utilization is just horrendous. It's gotten better over the past few years, but it's still not near the level that it should be. So it relies too heavily on CPU, and that's just due to the nature of the fact that Premiere came out in 1991. And there's still 30-plus-year-old code riddled inside of Premiere somewhere. So I'm sure that's part of what's keeping it bottlenecked. And Speaking of bottlenecking, the stability obviously is an issue. Like, usually I try not to make like constant crashing something that I pinpoint a software in, but when it's that unstable, you can't not point that out. So that was something that was just always a pain point. I mean, Premiere crashed on me so hard before that literally the corruption corrupted autosaves. So I couldn't even go back to an autosave and reload the project. I had to start the whole thing over from scratch because the project corrupted the autosaves. How does that even happen? I saved a screenshot of an email that I got from Adobe one time too. It was really funny because it was just like, we recommend that you update to this new version because we just fixed over 300 key bugs. I was like, how did that make it to release in the first place? Anyways, that was a fun thing to look at and laugh at and cry about because I was still using Premiere at the time. So, yeah. Team Projects was a train wreck. I don't need to talk about how bad of an implementation that was. I still don't know anybody that uses Team Projects, just because it just people lost so much time and work because of it. It just wasn't good.
It's able to retry.
Okay. Premiere doesn't have anim curves. I love anim curves so much.
Okay, so it's got first email addresses. Okay, now
multicam is also really clunky in Premiere. It mostly works, but there was what was the one thing I couldn't do with it that was just like bothering me so much? It had something to do with having it up in the viewer. You couldn't use it. Oh, I remember what it was. In order to have it gang viewers in play, it had to show the multicam and the live feed in the same program window. You couldn't do like this where you have your source and preview or your program. It had to all be in the same one. You could pull it up in the source viewer, but you couldn't gang it the same way, or you could, but it wouldn't play back. It was just the dumbest implementation. It was like this could work so much better. So multicam was another thing that was hard to work with in Premiere.
Is it able to get there? It's accessing.
Let's see, what else was terrible about it? Oh, okay. I will say one positive though. Media encoder is nice. Having media encoder to be able to like go to a separate software and do a big batch stream of stuff while still being able to work is kind of nice. Now, to be fair, in order for that to be viable, you have to have a really powerful PC that can encode and continue to edit at the same time, and you have to have drives that are fast enough. So you're pretty limited with that, but the functionality of having a separate software for like proxy generation or something was pretty nice, but that is not so much a huge miss for me. And there is the like where is it? Yeah. The Blackmagic proxy generator. So this does work as a separate app. The problem is that I can only choose between these three presets, which I wonder if there's a way to go in and code in your own. I'm curious about that, if anybody's ever done that. Because if you could and just like add in your own presets, then, you know, that whole thing I just said about media encoder is just goes completely out the window and it's completely obsolete. So but yeah, if this is able to put in your own preset export settings or proxy settings or whatever, then yeah, that makes it super great.
So it's accessing the spreadsheet, doesn't seem to be doing anything, just going from tab to tab. It says accessing spreadsheet. What is it doing? There we go. What is it doing? It says accessing spreadsheet, reopening spreadsheet. What is it doing? There we go. Okay, we're in the spreadsheet now.
Hey, Fabian. Yes, I'm back.
It's creating it.
Been back for just over 3 hours, but I'm glad you made it back. Because I know you had questions earlier. Way back when. Full in an edit that I need to export right now. Oh boy. We're going to get into export
Creating
settings.
its own headers. It sees there's nothing there.
So I'll be quick. Take all the time you need. I don't know why I just quoted Ratatouille there.
Cool.
Please take all the time you need.
I'm actually watching live right now. I'm actually watching this on another window live right now. So we got name, email, phone number. Yeah. Bruce Pearl. He did have a
Yeah, I definitely have a suggestion for this section, for these sections.
number.
Anyways, I can have a thumbnail in the Fusion comp. Mine are always black. I'm assuming there's more being typed.
There we go, leaving email blank. Nice. Nice. And we had John. And we had John.
Ugh.
And we had John. He had an email. He had him. Didn't like mail, although it didn't look like it belonged to him. He had an email, although it didn't look like it belonged to him. Then the Alabama head coach.
You go to Fusion and clip on the top.
And
Yes.
now there's a couple things it missed. Because while what it did is technically correct, it didn't include the team name in its information page. Let's see if the operator can make those changes. Let's make this slightly more difficult. Let's make this Let's make this slightly more difficult for the
That's weird.
operator. For the operator. Not only are we asking it to add the team name and the contact information link at the end. the end. Let's see how much of the original context it's retained.
Oh, the gaps. There's another one. I think this one's probably supposed to be marked and it just wasn't.
Retained.
All my thumbnail in the clip are always black. Let's say every keyword on a timeline is an iteration of a fusion comp. I cannot know which is which. Okay, so thumbnail on the fusion comp. Mine are always black. If you go to fusion, click on a clip on top. All my thumbnail on the clip are always black. Are you saying you have like multiple iterations of fusion comps for like different thumbnails? Is that what you're doing? Unless there's more to it, I'll wait if there's more to it.
Or it's like it may retain all of it, so inserting the column for the team column.
Inserting the column. Inserting the column.
I have multiple fusion comps on the time. So basically the issue is that you have multiple fusion comps and you don't know which one is which. So basically it looks something like this. You got a fusion comp here, fusion comp here, fusion comp here. Obviously there's probably nothing underneath it, but so it's something like this. Okay. The easy fix for that, if you have multiple, so like let's say this was version 1 or something. So let's say I drag this one over here and I just broke the thing. And so I can just name this thumb V1. And then I go to this one, drag it in. I'll just rename it real quick and I'll switch the screen in a second. And then thumb V2, drag this one in, and then thumb V3. So now, if I go in, I have each of these in here, and then when I click and drag them back onto the timeline, now they're each labeled accordingly. And I can go in and still make changes on them with having them being labeled differently. That's a way you can fix a label. And then if you have an issue of like if it clips on top of it or something like this, you can just click on this, and then I have a keyboard shortcut to set to F5, but if you right click and then select open in Fusion page, it'll open on that clip and it'll ignore the whatever's on top of it. So if this is on top and I go into this one, it just goes into the Fusion comp, it doesn't go into the what's on top. One second. right, sorry about that. Okay, not my problem. Is actually trying to talk about something else. I need to send a screenshot. If you want to post it like an Imgur. Sorry, if you hopefully you're still there. Post like an Imgur link in chat. That's fine. Then I can open that and check out what exactly you're saying. Because yeah, I think I'm having a problem figuring out exactly visually what we're looking at here. Also, side note, Blackmagic Cloud Pod is more than 50% off. Buy it. So you know that thing I was talking to you about a little bit ago? Let's see, where is it? What's 50% off? Hold on. Blackmagic Cloud Pod. It's more than 50% off. It's 185 off of 400 or 395, but yeah. And the bad reviews are people that don't know what they're doing. It's user error. Okay, where's the Cloud Pod? It's like it's Hey, Out of Order Garage, thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out. Hopefully you have a great night. Yes, you're in the same time zone as me. Have a fantastic night. The Cloud Pod is it integrates directly with the Blackmagic Cloud, so basically people can access this remotely, but it also has its own software that integrates with the Blackmagic Cloud. So this can so it has like its own software utility. It has automatic Dropbox sync support, but I believe this can like generate its own proxy media as well by itself. You got multiple drives connected up to it as well, but this is basically like a NAS, but it's directly integrated with DaVinci Resolve. You just connect to your own USB-C drives to it. It also has a monitor out as well. But yeah, it's like 185. So if you already have like really good external storage that's fast, and you don't need to buy its own integrated storage, you can just get this, which has all the functionality, just no storage. You can plug in your own storage to it. Anyways, let's see. Where are the commits for... I forget where to... Where do I find... back when this was added. That was 2023? Oh my goodness, that was a while back. I guess that kind of makes sense. I'm technically a contributor to OBS shader filter. That's so weird. Oh wait, no, I'm in the wrong spot. Where do I go to, for some reason, I never remember where to find this. But where do I go to find... Oh, here it is. I found it. So yeah, if you download this version, the density, saturation, hue shader is updated. So the one I have that I'm using currently is now in shader filter, not in the public, not in the full release, but it has been committed. So yeah, the shader's here. So I think, can you... See it 8 minutes ago, okay. So yeah, it's there. So video will come out sometime soon. So yeah, Fabian, if you're still there, hopefully I can clarify the question. Just let me know if you can send the screenshot through like Imgur or something like that, or even through Discord.
Hey!
Oh,
Where?
Well, I mean, speak of the devil, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Oh, well, hello. We might have just been talking about something. I don't know if you probably just saw it. I was just taking a look at this. I was demoing it earlier in the stream. And then I just got your message. I was like, hey, by the way, this happened. So, yeah. You just got an... Oh, okay, yeah. I just saw that you committed it. So, yeah, that's sick. So, it's the fixed one, not the one where I accidentally reversed it, right? Yeah, it's the one I sent you. Okay, cool. Yeah. So now it doesn't break. Now it actually functions the way it should. Should be in the next release. Perfect. Great. Yeah. So now, because that whole problem with the hue is that it would just like as soon as you shift the hue, it would just like entirely break. But now when you do hue shift, like now it just works. It doesn't break. So, yeah, it works. Not breaking is good, yes. Finally make something that doesn't break. Yeah, I'm just grateful that Tetra once just worked just fine. So, yeah. Now the next big project I'm probably going to work on with that is like seeing if I can even do, I don't even know if I can do a color space transform within a shader. I know you can do it with a DCTL, so you should theoretically be able to do it, but I just don't know if like OBS can handle that. That's the whole thing. I don't know. Because essentially, like, let me see if I can pull an example, and I can show you exactly what I'm referring to. Not that it's like, oh, here's how to do it, but it's like, just as an example here. So if I just pull in, where is it? Yeah, I'll just pull in one of these or something. Oops. Okay. So like, let's say I pulled in a clip like this, for example. So a color space transform, what it's intended to do is take it from, this is called its log state. It is just math. The interesting thing about how a color space transform works is that it doesn't lose any data. It retains all of the original data, even though it transforms the color space that it's working in. So like, as an example, if I do something like this, I think I underexposed this accidentally when I originally shot it, but so like, but that's kind of the idea, is it, I'll just bring this into linear or something. Yeah. So yeah, basically it's just taking it from a log state in a space that your display can't physically show, and then transforming it into something that your display can physically reproduce, while still maintaining every single piece of data that's in there. So even if it, like, theoretically speaking, if it was clipping data or values or something and stuff was clamped or whatever, if I brought that back up, well, it's not going to do it because this technically destroys it. But like, theoretically speaking, all of that data is still there even after the transform. So if I brought it back down, all that detail is still maintained. That's the whole idea. Oh, Fabian, you're still here. Okay, perfect. But yeah, so that's kind of the idea of the color space transform, is like being able to specify what color space and gamma you're using and then converting it. So it is all just math. It's just math that like retains all the data. Chat won't let me post my Inger link. Post it in, if you have Twitch, you can post it in the Twitch chat. And then I can see if I can see exactly what the issue is.
Okay, very good. Right there. Mixing them up. Got it.
So there is a DCTL that I somewhat recently discovered, which is this one, this JP2499 DRT. So this one does do input and output transforms using just plain math. The problem is that it uses the DCTLE, which means it's encrypted. I can't look at the math that was used. So I don't know how to find the documentation, but I know someone who might.
Bama. We got Bama. Bama.
He just says Bama.
Where?
You're here now. Look at that. First time chatter, even though you were just in YouTube chat. All right, perfect. Let's check this out. Let me see. Oh. Like clicking, dragging the time anchors every time it sees which one it is. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna think about this one for a second. So this needs to be in. You need to click and drag it so we can see which one it is. Ah. Okay. So I see the conundrum. Wait, are those adjustment clips? Are you doing these on adjustment clips? Let me do this. Let me pull up the let's see, I've actually funny thing is I never use that the clips toggle. So let me just like throw some text in here. Maybe blur this, or I'll just bring this down. That's duplicate. So it is a fusion clip. Okay. So let's remove that. Okay, there's that. If I throw a background in, just throw that in here. If I change this to red, does that change? No, it doesn't. Huh. Yeah, this is the issue. Oh, interesting. Huh. No, I've never experienced this before, so this is my first time seeing this, but I'm kind of racking my brain for a workaround. Cause like let me just do something here. So if I do this, let's just make a duplicate fusion composition. So we have two of them. This one, I'll just make this one like green. Make this one. Blah. Okay.
Hey! Where?
Oh. Hey, Avengers, how's it going? How's everything? How is life? How is it? Okay, so going back and forth. So this is comp 1, this is, and that's comp 1. They're literally labeled the same thing too. Huh, that's interesting. I mean, you could always rename it. So it's like this could be this could be your V2. This could be V1. And then you right click on it and those will always show up. So that is a little bit easier. It's weird that doesn't show it, but at least you can right click on it and like rename it. So that's one workaround potentially. As far as it not showing, you know why it might not show is because it doesn't have a source. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Because even if I throw an immediate in here, yeah, there's nothing for it to pull from. If I pull from the media pool, let me just see if this works. Just replace that. Yeah, that doesn't work either because that's still just pulling from the media pool. It's not pulling, there's nothing to pull from in the timeline. That's why it's doing that. Okay. Okay. Well, you you helped me figure something out, Fabian. Trying to learn editing DaVinci. Awesome. Well, if you have any questions, please let me know. I am wrapping up pretty soon, but if you have any questions about anything in Resolve, just let me know and I can do my best to answer. Okay. So Fabian, are you kind of getting why it's happening. Does it make sense? Do you know how to pan fast? Like physically in the timeline, or just make a clip pan fast? Right now, those thumbs are kind of useless. Okay, hopefully an update. Yes, I understand. Yeah. So basically, when you drag in a fusion composition, you know how when you drag in a fusion composition initially, it says there's no frame available for media? It's because a fusion composition in and of itself doesn't contain anything. So when you go into fusion and you see that clip, there's no foundation for it. There's nothing for it to pull from in the timeline. So even when you add stuff to it, like a fast noise, text, and you throw those in and stuff, like those are just coming from itself. Those are generated from within the fusion clip, but there's nothing actually in the timeline that it's pulling from. So that's why it's not showing any clip here. It's because this will only show what it's pulling from the timeline. These are just showing the clips that it sees from the original source. And because there's no original source, that's why it's showing black. So the workaround really is just to rename the clip. Now, the other thing you could do is you could drag the PNG into the timeline and work directly off of that. Then it would show the thumbnails, but that kind of defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do. If you're making different versions, you want to see which one has which title. So yeah, I would just rename them. That's probably going to be the best solution that you're gonna probably gonna do. I've been trying to learn how to pan fast from one job to another scene, but without keyframes. Use anim curves. So there's a number of ways to do this. If you don't know what anim curves is, this might be a little bit challenging to understand. But one way you can do that is with an adjustment clip. So let's just throw this in here, and I'll just put this like over the center here. So like, let's say I go into Fusion. I'm going to go into Fusion on the adjustment clip. An adjustment clip just looks at anything that's underneath it in the timeline, and that's what you're going to see here in this media in 1 right here. I'm going to take the clips off because I don't actually need those. There it is. Okay, so the only thing I really need to add for this is just a transform node. So I'm going to bring this timeline bar back to the beginning here, and I'm going to right click, and I need to separate this with a XY path because I can't do anim curves on a multiple parameters. So first thing I need to do is right click on center, modify with XY path. And basically all this does is just allows me to use X and Y as their own individual parameters, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and right click on both of them and remove the keyframes that currently exist because, again, we're not using keyframes. So let's just say I want it to pan, so I only need X because I only need it to do this, right? So I need to right click on X and then hit modify with anim curves. And then what this does is it pulls up another modifier. And what we need to do with this is we need to tell it this is going to be a transition, so we can actually just leave this the way it is. But we can specify our curve here, so we can just go easing. Let's just make it like a pretty heavy one. So we'll do quint and then quint, and then we need to tell it where we want it to start, and that's going to be our offset under scaling. So offset under scaling basically tells this animation this is where we're going to start. So we want our X to start on 0.5. So that's where we're starting. We're in the very first frame, right? And then we want it to decrease by 1. So it moves off the screen entirely. So if we do this through the whole thing, it moves off the screen entirely like that, right? So now all we have to do is go back to our tools and then just make sure we set edges to mirror. And then we can do an additional thing. I like to do this, but this is optional. If you go to settings and turn on motion blur, then, you know, as it's transitioning, you know, you get the natural motion blur. But now, if I go back to the edit page, so I have a whip transition. So actually, the better way to do this is to decrease by 2 because you're mirroring it, you need to do it by 2. So it does that whole thing. So that's the full thing. So now if I play this back,
So it
there
finished,
you go. And then the reason we used anim curves is because now if I change the length of this, that changes the speed of the whip transition, so it spans across the whole adjustment clip. If I make this really short, like 12 frames, and put this over, then it goes really quick. Gotta go, thanks. Gotta come back and forth questions some days. All right, sounds good. Thank you so much for stopping by, Fabian. I don't know if the transition, but I say there were 3 animals in an image. I want to be able to go from one object to another without the cut, if that makes sense. Okay. So 3 animals in an image. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Bald
So
by
it's
camera, Tim.
Thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciated. Okay, so so that's another way you kind of do. So actually, this is probably a good time. So the simple way to do it would be to use a transform. You still have to keyframe it. I'm just going to go ahead and nuke this transform actually. So you could do it with keyframes just by, keyframing scale and size. And then, let's just say I wanted to, take 15 frames to go over to here, scale it up. That was probably like way too far to scale up. Back out. But I scale into that, wait a bit, set a keyframe here and take another 15 seconds and move it over here or something. Not over there, move it over here. I think my keyframes are broken because I clicked on the wrong thing. You can do it. Set a keyframe here. Oh, I broke it. Of course I did. But you would just kind of do it. You would kind of do it that way. Usually whenever I clicked the wrong thing and I dragged it and I broke it. But that's basically to do it. But that's not really what I wanted to show. What I actually wanted to show is there's this thing that Mr. Alex Tech released called Magic Zoom. And you can do this with the free version, but let's say you bring in a Magic Zoom triple, I think it is. And let's just drag this onto a clip. You have all sorts of ways you can adjust, like you can have it zoom, move, and zoom out. And it just does it automatically. So you can do this without keyframes. So you have your first point, so it zooms in. So let's just say I wanted to zoom in over here first. The second position is over here, so let's just say I want to move this to, like, I don't know, this point. And then it zooms out. So it zooms in here,
and it's basically
zooms over
me
there,
that my prompt was
and zooms out.
ambiguous.
I just did that without keyframes. That's probably more of what you're looking for, right? Wait, exactly like that? Yeah, it's Magic Zoom. Here, I'll show you exactly where to get it. Right here. Magic Zoom. You don't even need, so I know it says like $30, but there's a free version. Magic Zoom free. Just get this one. It's a free plugin. You have the free Magic Zoom? Oh, well, there you go. So that one's a preset, but you can still do that with the, I'm pretty sure you can still do that with the free version of Magic Zoom. Let's see, I might even have Magic Zoom free in here. Let me check. see, magic zoom. Oh, this is an older version though. I forgot. I never upgraded the free version, so this is an older one. So I wouldn't be able to test it with this. So yeah, in the new one, there's a way to do it. Yeah, let me see. Oh yeah, this is, yeah, I have version 1.0 of the free one. Tried, but I couldn't with the free one. Watch, if you haven't downloaded the update that just came out literally yesterday, you should be able to do it now. He just updated it, I think, or maybe he hasn't updated the free version. It's coming out this coming day. Look, hold on. There's ways to do this. Let's see. Current version 1.3. Okay, so yeah, he hasn't updated this one yet. He's about to update this one because he just updated Magic Zoom Pro. Yeah, this one was just updated like yesterday. He said he needed to like fix one more thing in the free version, I think. Yeah. So be on the lookout for this update tomorrow. He should be updating it, and it should give you the ability to actually do multiple. But I mean, you can still do it with anim curves. It's just a little bit more tedious to initially set it up. Once you set it up once, though, you don't have to do it again. So the way that I would kind of approach that, again, would be using a transform. And of course I'd be, oh wait, hold on. Let me think of how I would do this. Trying to think of the most optimal way. That would be like somewhat simple. Nope, not that one. Maybe I can replicate that. Yeah. So if you, I think with the new one, again, I haven't downloaded the new version of the free one. But if you hit switch to multi, it should give you multiple pivot points. And then ideally the way you use it is if you can actually probably replicate it this way. If you, let me try something here, even with just a basic one that I have. Let me just throw in an adjustment clip in here. If I throw this in here, so I have it go to this, and then ending zoom. I'll keep ending zoom, or wait.
So finish the
Ending zoom at 1.5. So it doesn't zoom out. Then I can just duplicate this adjustment clip. Starting zoom is 1.5 and ending zoom is 1. And then this I can, move the pivot. Actually, no, this will still be 1.5. Okay, so this zooms in there. This one, you can, let me think. So 71, 71. Oops. 71, 71. Oh, does that not work? Just starting ending zoom in the free version. It's just zoom says cost. Yeah, again, the new version will have it. So it's just not the same version right now. It probably the one that you have is like 1.3. It should be 1.4. If you don't have 1.4, then that's why you can't do it right now. Yeah, 1.3. It's going to be 1.4 is going to be the one that has it. Yeah, version 3. Okay, yeah. That's then yeah, there's a new one. Yeah, it should. And like I could probably sit here and figure out how to build it just kind of from scratch with the adjustment clips. But that would be a bit of a pain, because basically how I would do it is I would adjust different I would use multiple anim curves and just have multiple transforms, but each of them would have different time scales based on certain expressions. So I would tell it when I wanted it to start based on other parameters, but that would involve expressions. I've done it with a speed ramp plugin, but do you know a good place to find background music of different types, like stream beats or backing track? Stream beats, there's this one. You can find all of the tracks here. Everything here is free to use. Yeah. So I would be able to do it. I just don't have the time because I'm literally about to get off. Let's see, backing track. Is this it? No. There it is. Okay, backing tracks.gg. Here's the other one. Yeah, this is... The backing track has a lot more like rock, metal, and heavy synth that Stream Beats doesn't have. So this one's also free to use for anything YouTube wise. If you do ever end up getting, I mean, this happens even with like paid services as well, but like there are times where you can get a copyright notice. It's not a strike. They'll just like, it's false claims and stuff. It's just YouTube's, or not YouTube's, but the company's like bad automated systems. That can happen. It's happened to me before, but it's nothing really that's concerned. It's just annoying. Download the MP3. You know what's funny? Here, you want to see how I download YouTube videos? Let me just go to one of Alex's videos, because we were just talking about him. So let's say I wanted to download this video. Let's just go over to here, and I will just do YouTube, DLP. That's how I do it. And here's the video. That's how I download YouTube videos. I can also specify, like, if I wanted it to be MP3, I can set a flag that makes it MP3, that downloads an MP3. Yep. I don't use the online services. I just download it straight like that. It's super nice because I need to pull YouTube videos a lot of times for B-roll. Yeah, but you need to download it first, and you have to know how to install it. So it's YouTube DLP. It's in here. You have to get it from GitHub. So I believe, yeah, you can just download the .exe, and then you just have to know how to set it up as a system environment variable. I can kind of walk through that process real quick, and you can go back and watch the VOD if you want to. But yeah, you just download the .exe. Let's just say I put it in my C drive, and I put in a folder right here. I just made this folder YouTube DL, so I just put it in here. So I just make sure this YouTube.dlp or YouTube-dlp.exe is in this folder, and then I make sure I copy this folder. So I'll copy that folder. And then I go into my system, no, not system information. I go to environment. I start typing in environment, go to system, edit system environment variables. And then I make sure I hit environment variables. And then under system variables, I scroll down to where I see path. And then so I click on path, and then I hit edit. And then I hit new, and then I just paste that file path in. And once I do that, I hit OK. I hit cancel because I've already done it, of course. But then I just go to whatever folder I want to download the video to. So I go to, let's just say I'm downloading it into, actually, let's put it in a folder that's not like overly populated. Nah, this is fine. So let's say I want to download it to this folder. I just go up in here, and I just click in this address bar, and I just type in CMD. That opens command prompt inside of that folder. So because we installed it in environment variables, it knows to look in that folder for this .exe. So I just type in youtube.dlp, and then I just paste the YouTube link and then hit enter. Oh, with MingW? Yes. Yeah, it's a similar thing. But yeah, that's how you install it and use it. And then on the GitHub page, it has all the documentation for all the flags that you can add. There's so many. But typically, if you just want to download the video, that's, you know, it'll just work that way. Yeah, no problem. It is very late. I need to go to bed. I'm going to find a raid target. That was a great sidetrack, but I gotta go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find somebody, and if anybody's on YouTube still watching, I'm going to find somebody, hopefully that's editing, in DaVinci Resolve. Well, 4 hours? Yeah, believe it or not, I actually streamed for a while tonight. It's beautiful. Oh, look at this. Oh, there's somebody doing... Oh, they have, like, interesting colors. That's cool. We have somebody that's doing some editing in DaVinci Resolve, so we're gonna go raid. If you are on YouTube, I will post a link in the YouTube chat. Do not worry. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna paste it in YouTube chat just because that's the right thing to do. Okay. All right. There it is in YouTube chat.
Hey!
Okay.
Where?
Calm down, horsey. All right. So you have the link if you want to go to it in Twitch, but I am sending us off. And I thank you guys so much. Stick around for the raid if you want to show some love to this person. And give them compliments for using the best editing software out there in existence. Okay, thank you guys. I love you. Bye. Hopefully I see you soon. We'll see. And hopefully I can actually get some recordings done. Like, hopefully this weekend. That's the goal. Anyways, love you guys. I'll see you later.